Jessica, go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, November 18, 2024. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Tamara Marcus, Stephanie Michelle, and Montserrat Villasana. Commissioner Olguin, would you like to introduce the Pledge of Allegiance class for today?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to be able to welcome fifth grade students from O'Donnell Intermediate School here to the courthouse. They're going to be taking a tour after they listen a little bit about what we do here on Commissioners Court. So I'd like to thank Principal Corina Ruiz, Assistant Principal Marlene Bullard, and of course, Dr. Rogelia Segovia, our soon-to-be Fabens ISD Superintendent, for bringing the kids down here to be with us. And students, I'm going to name you, but while I do that, if you can start making your way up here to the podium. So we have Gia Molina, Noah Navarro, Ariana Torres, Alan Montelongo, Matthew Rodriguez, Liam Hernandez, Michaela Castillo, Giovanni Garcia Izquierdo, David Herrera, Santiago Portillo, Aiden Campos, George Ortiz, Andrea Fuentes, Valentina Maldonado, Gael Gonzalez, Allison Varela, Stephanie Ayala, and Ariani Garcia. Welcome.
And please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
That was fantastic.
We could barely hear them.
You guys did great. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Good job, guys. I mean, they project, huh?
And now we will receive an invocation from Ricky Smith.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm excited to be here. This is the first time, so be nice to me. Let us pray, everyone. Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for all that you have so graciously done for us. Thank you for the opportunity to gather here today to seek what is good and profitable for our community. We thank you for the members of this Commissioners Court and the responsibility they bear to serve the people of El Paso County. We ask for your wisdom, guidance, and to lead them as they make decisions that impact our city, our state, and our nation. Lord, we lift up the city of El Paso, asking for your grace and mercy to pour over our community. Strengthen the bonds that make us neighbors and friends, uniting us with a spirit of kindness and cooperation. We renounce division, hatred, and anything that seeks to tear us apart. And instead, we ask for hope for a future where peace and understanding prevail. May your hand guide every discussion and decision made here today so that they reflect justice, compassion, and the betterment of us all. Bless this court and all who serve in it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Great job. We welcome you anytime you want to come by, okay? On Mondays. Thank you.
Judge, would you like to make any opening comments before we begin?
Please, thank you. And on behalf of myself and our commissioners, we welcome you to Commissioners Court. Always amazing to start our Monday with young adults like that, very young fifth graders. And we thank you for being here today and the educators and the support that you give them. So just want to thank everybody for being part of the process. And we'll have our resolutions today at 2 o'clock. And we welcome you to be there as well. So thank you very much for doing that. Efren, you might want to. Efren's son was part of the of the young children. I guess he's right in front of you. Yeah, that's Efren's son, our very own. So thank you, Efren. So thank you for being here. I do want to send a strong message about how strong our community is. There's so much. A little bit of noise out there about national things and everybody concerned and everybody worried about what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. But I keep telling everybody that our community This is not our first rodeo. I mean, we were able to do a lot of great things, a lot of crises, but we managed them very well. And just pass a word that we're very capable. I mean, I just, dislike that people have to be worried and anxious and going through difficult times thinking about scenarios that might not even happen. And so just let's wait to see what happens. We have enough mental health challenges in our community right now to add on to that. So whatever you could do to help others, stay united, help each other, encourage everyone to be, just to feel the faith and confidence that El Paso, especially your commissioners here, they'll come together and we'll figure how to address any situation. So once again, thank you for being here today, and we wish you a wonderful day and just an amazing week. So thank you.
Judge, if I may, Efren's son and his daughter actually were a tremendous help during the San Elizario Veterans Parade. They helped throw candy that morning, so I just wanted to thank them for that as well.
Well, I'm glad at an early age to get them into that environment. You have a perfect role model. Her two daughters are just amazing. Our commissioners, the way they grew up like that and helping in the community. And I hope all of you feel like that, that you're part of our community and whatever you could do to help us do better. So thank you for being here today. Jessica?
Item number 4 is the consent agenda composed of items 4A through 4AO. We do have a correction for item 4N. Item 4N should read, approve and authorize the county judge to sign a termination agreement with Rapid Aggression LLC, contract number 2023-0992. Are there any items members of the court or public would like to pull for discussion?
I'm trying to find, what's the item on the K? Yeah, more than anything, just to give Betsy an opportunity to give us an update on that one.
Okay, item K by Judge Samaniego. Any others?
No. Okay, I'll move to approve that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
Thank you.
Commissioner Olguin,
Sorry, mine is moving very slowly. Aye.
a motion carries.
So Betsy, you want to go ahead and take that one so we don't have it pending, just to give us a little update?
Judge, if it would be possible, if we could wait just a few moments, we're going to have the owner
Okay.
that the contract is with in about 20 to 30 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
If you wouldn't mind if we come back.
Yeah, that'll be an additional opportunity.
Yes,
So
sir.
thank you.
Okay. Item number 5 is public comment. We do have 2 speakers signed up for public comment. Our first speaker, we have Ms. Elizabeth Crawford. And just as a reminder, there is a 5-minute time limit for public comment.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Thank
Good
you so
morning.
much. Good morning. We are in the month of Thanksgiving, and as a nation, we truly do have so much to thank God for. Yet this season has been greatly affected by the events of the past weeks and months. I want to speak briefly about taking God's name in vain. One of the 10 commandments in God's holy word recorded in Exodus 20, "Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that takes his name in vain." As we've been watching the ongoing circus in our nation, we hear both sides invoking the name of God. One party citing a God they have invented that is clearly not the God or the Jesus of the Bible, yet using that as his name. A God who is accepting of all types of immoral behavior that is not the God of the Bible. The other party frequently referencing the God of the Bible and his standards, yet in certain cases using it to court people of faith, using his holy name, while many at the head of that party have been living out a double standard, in essence blaspheming the God they profess to know. Of late, many within the abortion industry are using the name of God. I had a conversation in 2017 that will be in my mind the rest of my life. In attempting to reach out to those working within the abortion industry, I try as much as I can to have conversations, and at one point I met for about an hour Ms. Anna Hola, who is the director of EMW Abortion Center in Louisville. She invited me into her office to converse. In the course of that conversation, she told me that God had arranged for her to come to Louisville, Kentucky, that providing abortion at EMW was her God-ordained ministry. For as long as I live, I can't forget that conversation. On a local level, Planned Parenthood El Paso is touting its new and improved building and location. They're ramping up, no doubt looking forward to working to some extent with a mega expansion of abortion on the agenda for Las Cruces. As we know, New Mexico is the hub in the U.S. of late-term abortion. And on the other side, insanity spewing out in our nation. I'm not referring to those who chose to vote because they felt that one candidate was the lesser of two evils, or they like the policies of one candidate. That's legitimate. Those who felt that one candidate was a bit better because his group would hold back an avalanche on abortion, the abortion industry, that's fine. I'm referring to the people who have gone mad with MAGA regarding the incoming president as some kind of divine savior. It's a sick idolatry, and it's overtaken some of the circles where I have dear friends, including a large church in New Jersey. Contrary to nonsense being spewed, America is not supremely divine. The incoming president is not the savior of the world. MAGA is not the gospel. On Mount Sinai, the Ten Commandments, God decreed, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." From both sides of the aisle, there are people speaking some gross errors and dangerous rhetoric. One of my favorite books in the Bible is the Epistle to Romans. It includes a meticulous legal argument, God's law. In the first 3 chapters, God wipes out any attempt at human self-righteousness or self-justification. First, God declares evil those who live pagan, immoral lives in open rebellion against their Creator, the partiers, we would call them. Next, God declares evil those who feel they're better than those partiers because they have outwardly moral and or humanly religious lives. Both groups are taking the Lord's name in vain. Finally and supremely, God declares the gospel, the righteousness of Christ. Romans 2:11 and 6:23, quote, "For those who are contentious, self-seeking, and do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness, there will be indignation and fury. For the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord." As we are subjected to craziness day in and day out on daily news, we need to heed the reminder on the Juarez Mountain. The Bible is the truth. Specifically, the book of Romans in God's holy word has amazing truth of the gospel, the good news of Jesus Christ for America of 2024. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good day. Thank you.
Likewise, Elizabeth, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker we have is Ms. Cristina Hernandez.
My name is Cristina Hernandez, and I'm a Socorro resident, and I would like to ask if you would please donate the land in question, which is item 12B, to support El Paso County Housing Authority. This will create a housing opportunities for our Socorro community. So that's what I would like to ask in my comment.
Thank you, Christina, for taking the time. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
You're very welcome.
Okay, that completes all the members signed up for public comment.
Thank you.
Item 6, County Administration. 6A, discuss and take appropriate action to approve a revised letter of support for Project Amistad's grant application to the Environmental and Climate Justice Community Change Grants Program under the Pollution Reduction Strategy, Mobility and Transportation Options for Preventing Air Pollution and Improving Public Health and Climate Resilience, Track 1. Opinion number 6291. Further discuss and take action on a statutory partnership contract with Project Amistad as part of their grant application. Contract number 2024-0964.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Lorena Rodriguez, County Administration Department. On October 28th, the Commissioners Court approved a letter of support for the Project Amistad's grant application to the Environmental and Climate Justice Community Change Grants Program under the Pollution Reduction Strategy, Mobility and Transportation Options for Preventing Air Pollution and Improving Public Health and Climate Resilience, Track 1. Project Amistad has informed the county that they would need a statutory partnership commitment as part of the grant application submission that is due on November 21st. and we're just asking for the court's approval for this statutory partnership commitment. I will refer this to Commissioner Stout if you have any further questions.
Just anybody here from, I thought I had seen.
Judge, real quick. Thank you, Lorena, for laying that out. I just wanted to give many thanks to, especially Anna Schumacher in our county attorney's office, who worked overtime late over the weekend, as well as the departments and the divisions that helped review the draft agreement. Lorena, thank you as well in our admin office. For getting it processed and Cobblestone, and thanks to purchasing budget, the auditors, grants, and public works to get this taken care of so quickly. And of course, I'm glad that we have Project Amistad here. Andrea Ramirez, thank you very much. If you'd like to come up and say a few words, you can. But Project Amistad has been a great partner for the county for many years, whether it's transportation issues or helping with the migrants, and I think it's just really important that we try to support Project Amistad with this letter and with this contract. So thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome you, Andrea.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Andrea Ramirez. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Amistad. I will say, when we came in front of you all about a year ago, I remember Commissioner Stout really asking us, what are we doing to help the environment and reduce carbon footprint, particularly because we drive about 1 million miles a year. We have a fleet of about 35 vehicles, and that doesn't include in our guardianship program. And so we do negatively impact Mother Earth, but we're also helping our constituents get to work, get to medical appointments, and we want to make sure they have affordable and accessible transportation. Because of that, we have taken a very strong role in trying to transition our fleet from being gas vehicles to electric or hybrid. But it's very expensive to be able to do that. And so this proposal here that was presented to you all gives us that opportunity. And it really aligns with your strategic plan. And we do appreciate your support. In all the years that I've been writing grants, I have never been asked to actually propose a statutory partnership with just a proposal. And even if we do not get the funding, because it is truly a Hail Mary, kicking a ball from the 70-yard line, but we've done that before and we've been successful. And so for them to request this, I think is a large responsibility. But if you do look at the document that's been prepared by the County of El Paso, you will see that the responsibility is on Amistad. But at the same time, we want to make sure we align with your strategic plan, that the vehicles that your constituents are riding on are safe, they're healthy, and they will help reduce the pollution and increase air quality. And so we thank you again for your support. And just to let you know, this proposal needs to be submitted on the 21st. So if you all do approve, if we could please have it executed as soon as possible. But Commissioner Stout, I do want to thank you also, because you have really been the wind beneath our wings in regards to getting us to think about our community and the climate that we live in. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for taking this upon yourselves and working to reduce your carbon footprint, just like the county has been in recent years. So,
and just to provide some context, of course, this is going to be for 30 electric buses that are ADA paratransit, and this is also going to be for 9 hybrid vehicles for our guardianship program. Thank you very much.
Great job. Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Thank you, Lorena. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And I'd also be remiss if I didn't thank my staff too. Cito was
Thank you,
very
Cito.
involved in making sure that everything got taken care of. So thank you very much to Cito Negron.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Holguin, a second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Lorena.
Good luck on the tour. Okay.
Item 6B, discuss and consider the approval of a resolution canvassing the returns and declaring the results of a bond election, contract 2024-0965.
Welcome, Jose.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioner Sosanderos with Strategic Capital Development. This item before you is to certify and canvass the county bond election results. The attachments were included on the backup for all 5 county propositions. This action will allow the court and the county to begin the process of issuing debt, and this is a requirement for us to be able to do so in our coordination with the Texas Attorney General's office. With that, we're asking for the court's favorable consideration, available to take any questions the court may have.
Thank you, Jose.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. And motion carries with Commissioner Holguin absent.
Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Judge.
Our big
Commissioners.
thanks to Lisa as well.
Yes.
From the elections, everything that, unbelievable. I don't think we realize what an exceptional person she is with her team. I mean, I know they struggle in a lot of other communities, but my goodness, we really need to recognize her amazing work.
Absolutely. And now with the court having canvassed the election results, the restrictions that have been put into place managing your communication as elected officials has now come and gone because it's no longer a political matter for consideration. So the court has more flexibility and liberty in addressing any comments or questions related back to the summary of the proposition results.
Thank you.
Item 6C, receive a presentation and discuss items regarding the development, implementation, and oversight of the FY 2024 multi-year capital plan for El Paso County, including project selections, performance objectives and outcomes, performance management, operational management, corresponding financial planning related to capital investments and operational needs, and general capital direction related to the 2024 capital improvement bond and other debt financing instruments.
Good morning again, Judge, Commissioners Sosanderos of Strategic Capital Development. There will be 2 segments to this morning's item. The first part will be a presentation from Stifel Finance. I believe we have Mr. Brad Angst and Ms. Nancy Rocha with Stifel on the line to offer that presentation to the court. And then we'll ask the court to consider retiring to executive session for the remaining section of the conversation. I have some critical updates for the court's consideration. So with that, turn it over to Mr. Angst and Ms. Rocha with Stifel Finance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Brad Angst with Stifel Public Finance, joined by Nancy Rocha. We serve as the county's financial advisors. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. Well, good morning. We have just a few things for you today. It's a bit of an abbreviated presentation. We wanted to look at the bonding capacity and the tax impact of the GO bond elections and the amounts that your voters authorized after the elections. And then we wanted to give you a brief outlook on some of the options for timing of issuance here over the next several months to 6 months out. And then lastly, just give you some economic insights into the market following, the elections and with the new presidential administration coming in. So with that, we'll dive into the presentation here. Next slide, please. Next. Great. So as always, we just start with your current debt portfolio. This really shapes a lot of our recommendations and the tax impacts. So as you've seen before, this is a look at all your outstanding bond issues. They're structured in a way to give you debt service that is manageable and on time and expected for budgeting purposes, so that we're hitting the desired tax rates. If we could go to the next slide, we look at these the debt service and the payments over the coming years. You'll see that it declines from year to year over time. And just as a reminder, that's done so that you can layer on the funding and financing of your projects while keeping a steady payment and keeping a steady tax rate through the INS portion, the interest and sinking fund portion for debt service. So that kind of sets the stage for the upcoming tax impact. If we could go to the next slide, please. And so the voters authorized here this past a couple of weeks ago, 155 million of the total amount of projects, which was approximately 325. And so since the voters authorized a smaller amount, we wanted to take a look at what that tax impact would be. And so what was being conveyed to the public was that approximately a 3-cent tax rate, additional tax rate would be needed to service those debt service payments. The new number that we have calculated is that it will take approximately 1.5 cents. So about half of what we anticipated before. This example that you're looking at shows a 25-year type issuance done all at once, and we see that in the current market we can still get in the 4% range for borrowing on this type of debt. The other question that comes to mind is, what is the timing that we may do these GO bonds? I know a lot of times voters are eager to see their dollars put to work and to see projects get started. Really, the county and your staff has some time now, has some options. You can issue anytime after this canvassing. You can start that process. For us, the latest we're looking at, which we visited with you in the past about, is July of 2025 is the latest we need to lock this in. And again, that corresponds with your future budget process and setting the tax rate for next year. So we just need to have some certainty behind this structure by July. So a little bit of flexibility here. If we could go to the next slide, please. And so what does that 1.5 cent tax rate mean to your homeowners here in the county? And that's what this slide here represents. We wanted to update you on that. So the average home value within the county this past year was just over $200,000. And that's shown there at the bottom of the page underneath the arc there, 200,956. And so a 1.5 cent tax rate increase to pay for these projects equates to about $30 a year, or $2.51 on your monthly mortgage statement if you escrow your taxes with like many homeowners do. Then we've got a few more breakouts here at $150,000 home value level, $250,000 or $350,000 home value. But the range on a monthly basis is $1.88 up to $4.38 per month, or on the annual evaluation, that's $22.50 or $52.50 on the high end. Okay, moving along, I'd like to, we just wanted to lay out, again, you have flexibility with the timing of proceeding with your GO bond issuance. In order to lock in those interest rates, it takes us about 60 days to get the documents prepared for investors to review, to go through a credit rating process and make sure that we have some ratings attached to those bond issues, and really prepare to sell those bonds. And then after that, there's about 3 to 4 weeks after the locking in of those interest rates to get to closing. So again, about 45 to 60 days to get to lock in prices, and then another month after that to actually close and receive your funding. All right, we wanted to, if we could go to the next slide, please, take a look at your 5-cent essential purpose project fund. This is one that we've continually updated you on in the past. These are projects that are aside and different from the GO bond authorization. This is that 5-cent mark that you've maintained for several years. Again, you have still have approximately 100 million of capacity and the ability to stay under that 5-cent mark. So 100 million this fiscal year for your fiscal year 2025. And that too would need to be completed or locked in by approximately July, early July, in order to maintain that steady tax rate of 5 cents. And then in the future, we see in 2028, 75 million of additional capacity. And then every 2 years after that, about 75 million available for projects in the future as well. So those are the same numbers that we've presented to you in the past. We did just want to provide you an update that based on current market rates, that capacity is still available to the court. Okay, that completes that section of our discussion. We did want to give you a market update here as far as what we anticipate. Forgive me, did I hear a question?
No, Brad, okay. We're fine.
Okay. So we've been working to digest kind of what the election means to all of our clients, and as far as timing, what we can anticipate in the future. The Federal Open Market Committee, who controls the Fed fund rate, as I believe you're aware, they began cutting rates because they felt inflation was coming down enough to where they could do that. So back in September, they cut it by 50 basis points. This last a couple weeks back, they cut it another 25 basis points. And they've really been focused on trying to keep inflation in check. Inflation is proven to be a little bit consistent and stick around. And so they've slowed down and they've changed some of their rhetoric as far as where those rate cuts may go in the future. And with that, we've seen investors start to change the pricing and some of the interest rates based on the lowering, the lower expectations of higher cuts. So while you saw interest rates move and have some volatility the week of the election, that wasn't purely due to the results of the election. A lot of that was also due to the Federal Open Market Committee having a meeting that same week and starting to change their dialogue and their messaging that they're not going to cut rates quite as much as they thought. So when that happens, investors start to reprice the market. On our bonds, we saw an increase in interest rates to accommodate that. So that's a big item that we continue to watch, inflation, but also we'll be looking, and I'll speak here in a moment about how the the new presidential administration and some of their policies may affect inflation and interest rates moving forward. On the supply side of the market, we continue to see good supply of muni bonds in the market. There's a little bit of a slowdown that always occurs here with the holiday season. We saw the election slow it down even more so. And so from this point until the end of the year, there's some folks trying to wrap up some items, but it's not quite the supply that we typically see the rest of the year. And because of that, once we get to January, we oftentimes see some beneficial pricing. There's a lot of pent-up demand with investors looking to put their money to work. There's, there had been less supply over the holiday season. But a second factor of that is that they're getting a lot of their coupon payments or their interest payments coming due to them in that January timeframe. So we always look to that as a good time on an annual basis to try and price and sell bonds if you're ready to go, if you have projects that have been set up and you've gone through the steps that are needed in order to hit that timeline. So on the demand side, I spoke to it a little bit as far as reinvestment of proceeds. We're also seeing some people move their money into municipal mutual funds. So we're seeing positive inflows into the municipal fund market, which also provides more money, more capital to be put to work to buy muni debt. So we're still set up in a pretty good situation here for the winter and spring as far as demand and interest rates staying at a good level. The ratios, we always keep an eye on Treasury and taxable type interest rates compared to tax exempt interest rates. We see advantageous rates for munis in the 5 and 10 year. If you see that 64% and 69% on this slide, what that says is, the taxable equivalent or the tax exempt equivalent is, approximately 64% of that taxable on the 5 and 10 year marks. So a good chance for investors to get some beneficial rates there as they invest in munis on that. So, before we move on, I guess I'd like to check if my colleague, Nancy Rocha, has anything to add to these slides before we jump into what some of the analyst expectations are moving forward, and then just some insights into the new presidential administration and their policies. Nancy, are you there?
Yeah, let me jump in on the next slide.
Okay, very good. Moving on, inflation is something that we're going to always keep an eye on. It's really driving a lot of our interest rates and what the Fed's work does. And so there's some different factors that go into that. Of course, a lot of this kicked off through COVID and the supply or lack of supply of quite a bit of product, and then also coupled with the federal government's investment in a lot of communities with some of the federal funds and awards going towards projects. That has come down quite a bit, but it's been a little bit persistent and sticky. So if you look at this top right-hand chart, you'll see that we had a pretty good decrease across the board. And these three lines represent, three different types of inflation metrics. Really, we like to keep an eye on that light blue one in the middle, the core CPI. But what you'll see is that it was coming down pretty consistently, but it's starting to flatten out. And even in some case, maybe tick up here as of late. So with that, we do anticipate, and they've given the rhetoric, but that the Federal Open Market Committee is going to slow down some of their interest rate cuts here moving forward in the future. The second part of this slide, though, is kind of the investor reaction to the 2024 election. With Trump and the Republican control of the Senate, there's going to be expectations for some deregulation, some tax cuts and investment in energy. And this can lead to a good upside with gains for the market, but it could come with some inflationary pressure as well. And so we're keeping an eye on that. There's also been talk of maybe some tariffs that could get applied to foreign goods that enter into the country. We're certainly looking into that and whether or not that can lead to inflation. That certainly could. We're not expecting it to be a quick uptick in that, but more over the long term, beyond 6-9 months, we may see the results from some of those tariff or deregulation type aspects that this administration is looking to do. Another item we're keeping an eye on, though, is the talk of mass deportation. That certainly is something our underwriters and our economists are keeping an eye on, as that could lead to quite a bit of pressure and strain in the labor market, which is the other aspect that really controls a lot of our interest rates and what the Federal Open Market Committee is charged with trying to keep in check, right? They look at not only inflation, but unemployment and the labor market. So again, we think these items certainly could lead to more inflation, which in turn could lead to either keeping short-term rates where they are currently, or potentially inflation ticking up in the future. But we don't see it as being an immediate impact here over the next 3 to 6 months. Let me hand it off to my colleague and see if Ms. Rocha has any items to add with this.
Yeah, so the one thing to remember is that everything is speculative at this point. The market, there are many factors that economists will be watching, but at the end of the day, it will, time will tell. And so in anticipation, however, of logical moves of these factors, we, as my colleague Brad said, inflationary pressures are something to consider. Now, there might be an inverse relationship between, what rates do and what inflation does. And so if we are in an environment where rates are to go down, trend down, that inflationary pressure may still be there. And so the cost of projects might, the rising cost of projects might offset any gains that we might see on the rate side. So just important to remember right now those are moving targets.
Thank you. Commissioner Stout, do you have a question?
Thanks, Brad and Nancy. I appreciate the forward-looking and talking about the tariffs and the immigration issues and the pressure that it may apply on inflation. I think that's a fear that a lot of us had, and I think that we need to continue to talk about that to the public, for them, so that they understand. If we have to go out to bond, if we go out to bond in the future, or somehow are able to try to find money 2-3 years down the road for some of the projects that were not funded, we need to be very transparent and talk to the public about why it's costing more, right? I think we need to do a much better job of trying to explain that to folks when we're talking in the context of the economy and what we're trying to do. I wanted to ask you all, the inflation and you're talking about the sticky inflation, and it's not changing, it's not going down per se since June. Can you all assess what, if some of that or a lot of that is attributable to corporations basically price gouging, or corporations not wanting to, because I heard a lot of chatter about that during the campaign, during the campaign season, and I've seen I've read a number of articles that have mentioned some of the inflation, and the reason why it's sticky is because corporations are not yielding. Is that something that is measurable that you all can comment on, or that we can look into? I don't know.
Certainly
Well,
something
go ahead.
we can look into further for you, Commissioner Stout, and Judge and Commissioners. We don't have that offhand. When we look at, kind of core inflation versus super core inflation, a lot of times it can break out some of the price of groceries and goods versus others. We have seen those continue to be higher inflationary than numbers than some of the rest. And we can certainly look into that further. Nancy, I don't know if you had some
that would certainly warrant a visit with our economists. So we can get more granular on that.
And just for the public and for the Commissioners Court's knowledge, when we talk about inflation, going up, if inflation either becomes zero or somehow becomes negative, which I don't know if that will happen. I mean, does that ever translate into lower prices, or once the prices have gone up, they're going to stay there at least, or they're going to continue to go up with inflation? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, we've found over the years in long-term cycles, typically there's not deflation. That, in fact, that's something that the Fed fights against as well. So deflation meaning the reduction in pricing. So once you get to a price, the Fed and living in our economic system as we do, based on growth, we don't want, or the Fed does not seek to have the deflationary pressure or reduction. So really, once prices get to a spot, you see them stay. You may get some stabilization and slowdown in increases, but most likely the pricing that you hear, that you see is here to stay.
Thank you.
The other thing to remember is, if there is an impact on the labor market, that will then it will be a domino effect. In other words, the logistics will be impacted. So things, a lot of the elements that we saw during COVID, things just supply of raw materials or shortage of labor in general, all that will feed into ultimately what we will see inflation end up being. So it's a couple things to remember.
But I guess, Brad, if it does stabilize the inflation, at least because we had projected, right, a little higher inflation, so in all our initiatives, and so if that's the case, at least, we don't get further increase in prices. So that stabilization would be very good for us, considering that we projected an inflation rate. So.
Absolutely. I believe, staff and working in some of the, project estimates, the cost estimates certainly works that in to their projections on the cost of projects. And we do on our side as well when we look into interest rates and future borrowing cost.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Nancy.
Do have one last slide. I just want to present the next page while we're keeping an eye on inflation pressures. Next slide, please. Thank you. Looking at the top right-hand corner, the market as a whole largely still expects rates to continue to tick down. And so we've got four kind of key benchmark rates that we're looking at here. So the Fed funds rate up top, that's the short-term cost that banks lend to each other. There's still in the market expectations to go from a 4.75 to about a year from now in Q3 25. It's actually at a 3.5 as of this morning. So 3.45 was last week. So we are seeing some revisions, but still expectations largely for a decrease here over the next year. Then looking at the 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year treasuries, kind of looking from short-term to long-term borrowing cost. We also see a consensus in the financial markets that there will be a reduction here over the coming years. So as Nancy mentioned, as I've mentioned, this will all need to be balanced with new policy and the results of kind of the inflation outlook that occurs. So we'll continue to update you and keep you apprised of opportunities, but also expectations over the coming year. With that, our presentation is completed. We're happy to answer any other questions or hand it back to Mr. Landeros.
Okay, thank you both. Jose?
Judge, Commissioners, as we discussed, there's an ongoing part of the conversation that we would ask for the court to consider moving into executive session when the court is ready to do so. And believe County Attorney's Office may have a motion for your consideration to do that if that is the will of the court.
Perfect,
And
thank you.
Court, I'm sorry, do you want to go into executive session now for this item only? Or do you want to go in and do all items?
This one, obviously, for sure, because we've got our partners here with us right now. Yeah, that would be fine if you want to do the whole executive session.
County attorneys, I think,
We don't
does
have
not
anything
believe it will
pending,
be.
I don't think we're
Yeah, we
ready
we
to.
could go in.
Yes,
I
sir.
don't like in and out in kind of thing, so
We
could.
are ready. And so the motion for your consideration could just be to move this item 6C into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 to discuss legal rights and responsibilities.
Yeah, we're willing to do all the items
Yes, sir.
on executive.
We have a motion by Commissioner Olguin, second by Commissioner Leon. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you,
Okay,
Jose.
so Commissioners Court will now recess into executive session to discuss items 11A through 11F, as well as item C, pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.087, and 551.089. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. It is 10:33 a.m. We will be going back into executive session for items 11A through 11F, as well as item 6C, but I do have a correction to read in for item 11F from the County Attorney's Office. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.089, deliberation regarding security devices or security audits, discuss legal rights and responsibilities regarding security devices or security audits. Was that the correction? So Commissioners Court will now recess back into executive session to discuss items 11A through 11F and 6C pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.087, and 551.089. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. It's important for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kids should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. Judge, at this time, would you like to recess for our afternoon break?
Yes, please.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess for 1 hour. It is 12:31 p.m.
stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to regular open session. We are on item 7. 7A, American Rescue Plan. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the implementation of the El Paso County American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Portfolio.
Judge, Commissioners, if you can give me just a second. Jose, we just read in the ARPA item.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Danielle Chavez, Capital Analyst with County Administration, here to present to you on the American Rescue Plan Act and give an update. This slide provides a financial overview of the ARPA portfolio. Our total budget is $163 million, which, as you may recall, was programmed back in October of 2021. The updated figures are as of November 12th. Currently, we have $49.2 million in encumbrances. This includes several key projects: the water and wastewater project, the industry-specific program development project, the Downtown Detention Facility Security System Project, and the Downtown Detention Facility Sanitary Sewer Infrastructure Project. To date, we've spent $84.6 million. This leaves us with an available budget of approximately $29.1 million. Our reserve balance is just under $600,000, and 17.88% of the total budget remains unspent. We are actively working with departments to address the unspent budget. In our most recent discussions, we anticipate seeing a reduction in this amount soon. Specifically, $6.7 million is pending encumbrance for the broadband contracts. $8.2 million is awaiting the encumbrance for the reentry facility contract. $6.3 million will be transferred from the general fund to ARPA for public safety salaries. $2.6 million is pending encumbrance for economic development contracts, and $600,000 for the creative placemaking, totaling about $24 million. The remaining balance consists of salaries for staff that are funded by ARPA, as well as smaller projects that are pending encumbrances. You will see an item under consent on next week's agenda to begin sweeping any projects that we can start to close out that have an available balance. We are proposing a new ARPA project, 5030, to be able to reimburse the county for eligible property insurance payment expanded by the county in fiscal year 25 in the amount of $600,000. The recommended action we bring to you today is to approve the establishment of project under revenue replacement and authorize staff to transfer funds from Project 1530, the reserves. This will provide reimbursement of $600,000 to the county in this current FY25 general fund budget and allow this $600,000 to be reprogrammed to establish county arts project via general fund. Given the complexity of the program and some of the limitations that may be in place, using the existing ARPA expenditure category related to supporting the arts as an impacted industry, we are recommending transferring the $600,000 of ARPA funding into the FY25 general fund. This would allow the county to gain $600,000 in general fund revenues to have more flexibility in implementing the creative placemaking program. This request has been coordinated with the county auditor as well as the county attorneys. This would be designated as revenue loss replacement, leaving the county with capacity of approximately $1.7 million, the original $10 million limit for designated revenue loss under the ARPA portfolio. Ms. Michelle Cochran with County Administration has drafted a scope of work for the arts project, and the department is targeting the December 9th agenda for the court to consider this agreement. Here's a summary of the recommended actions. To approve and authorize the establishment of Project 5030, FY25 property insurance with a program budget of $600,000. Approve and authorize the administrative closeout of projects listed in the backup, and transfer remaining funds to Project 1530, our reserves. And lastly, to approve and authorize the chief administrator or her designee to transfer funding between accounts, ARPA Project 5010, FY24 public safety salaries by $157,059, and ARPA Project 1050, the constable public health support, due to a miscalculated transfer between projects. The shortfall has been identified by staff following the initial transfer that was completed by the auditor's office, which only accounted for salaries and did not include overtime or operating cost. This recalculation has resulted in a shortage of funds in the salary funding stream within ARPA. The transfer ensures we keep the positions fully funded and result in a slight decrease in funding to help contribute to the county's fund balance, as staff previously presented.
Before you leave that slide, Danielle, on the previous, on Project 5030, is that FY 2024 insurance with a program budget of $600,000?
It's this current fiscal year. So that way, oh, it's 24? Okay.
Okay. So it'd be FY 24 property insurance?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a correction. Now I'd like to provide an update on the ARPA Project 1371 nonprofit assistance. The total allocated budget for this project was just over $10 million. As of August 12th, we have spent $6.5 million. Currently, the available budget stands at $3.5 million. However, there is an estimated of $1.6 million in pending review or payments. After accounting for these pending items, the estimated remaining balance is $1.9 million. This slide shows the 5 nonprofit beneficiaries that have successfully completed their contracts. We currently have 12 others still in progress, and I'll provide an update on each of those individually. Big Brothers Big Sisters of El Paso, they had a total budget of $261,000, and as of August 12th, they have spent $181,000, with March 2024 being the last month to be reimbursed. They are still pending months April through July to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $46,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $34,000. Boys and Girls Clubs of El Paso, they had a total budget of $510,000. As of August 12th, they've spent $479,000, with June being the last month to be reimbursed. They are still pending months July through September to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $29,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $1,000. Cancer and chronic disease. They had a total budget of $993,000. As of August 12th, they've spent $636,000, with August 24 of being their last month to be reimbursed. They don't have any pending invoices and have a remaining balance of $357,000. Candlelighters of West Texas, they had a total budget of $120,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $108,000, with July 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They are still pending September to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, and totaling $12,000, and will not leave a remaining balance. Desert Spoon Food Hub, they had a total budget of $419,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $189,000, with April 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending months January and May through July to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $77,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $153,000. El Paso Child Guidance Center, they had a total budget of $637,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $352,000, with March 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending months April through August to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $127,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $157,000. El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank, they had a total budget of $640,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $292,000, with April 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending months May and June to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $209,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $138,000. La Posada Home, they had a total budget of $100,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $96,000, with September 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They don't have any pending invoices and have a remaining balance of a little over $4,000. Paso del Norte Center of Hope, they had a total budget of $342,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $39,000, with September of 2023 being the last month to be reimbursed. They don't have any pending invoices and have a remaining balance of $303,000.
$3,000. So do we track a little bit as to why they're not going at the right pace?
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, Landeros, Strategic Capital Development. This one, you can see that the last reimbursement was early on after the county had established the NOFO. After engaging with all the processes and procedures that were put into place in terms of the requirements for reporting out to the county auditors, ensuring you're following the guidelines with purchasing, the organization effectively operationally stopped going after any reimbursement from the county. Citing too much of a burden for the reimbursement, right? And so part of the intent here was to work with nonprofits who had limited experience with managing these federal funds, to try and give them some capacity and familiarity with this so that they would be better positioned in the future to go after federal funding. And this is an instance where you can see why that's necessary. But it can be challenging, especially if we have a nonprofit with very limited resources and staffing to be able to meet some of the requirements that we have a responsibility to review, to ensure that we're not put in the position of having to repay back anything. Ultimately, for these subrecipients, the county is in charge of ensuring that they are following all the rules and procedures that we are subject to by the federal government. And so in the event that we were audited, all of our reimbursements would be under review. And if we were not, and if we were found that we needed to claw back money, we would then be able to try to claw back money from some of these nonprofits, but we also find that to be unlikely to be able to do, just because of the nature of the finances associated with these organizations. And so because of that, that's the reason why we see a disruption in this project specifically.
Yeah. And to clarify, they don't receive the full amount. They're being reimbursed, so
That's
the
correct.
balance lies with us.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, these are all on a reimbursement basis.
Yes. Just so the public would be aware.
The next one we have is Paso del Norte Children's Development Center. They had a total budget of $1 million. And as of August 12th, they've spent $182,000, with June of '24 being their last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending July to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $337,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $480,000.
Danielle, before you move on from this slide, so kind of a similar concern that the judge had with the prior organization. But I was actually at their grand opening for their new East Side location that they just opened last week, and they were very appreciative of the $1 million funds that they received. So it really surprised me when I saw this slide that there was this large remaining balance. So I'm wondering if we can try to reach out to them. I don't know if maybe they just haven't submitted any more requests for reimbursement, or they just don't realize that they need to do that like right now. But they definitely were very appreciative of the $1 million that they had received from the county. So I thought that it had all been expended. So I was really surprised when I saw this.
And Commissioner, one item that we've been discussing, once we're done going through all the updates, some options for the court to consider in terms of closing out these funds, sweeping out these funds. There may be room to identify certain organizations that have worked in good faith with the county that might have been in a position like this one where we're just backed up, but the funding is necessary for the organization. For us to be able to propose something similar to what is in front of the court for your consideration today with the ARPA arts program is to fund something under the budget in FY25 to free up the FY25 expenses for that, and then make 381 organizational economic development and capacity grants to those organizations that removes a lot of the restrictions that are in place in terms of the reporting from the auditor's office, because we effectively we remove the restrictions from the grant, and it's no longer a grant at that point. It just becomes a one-time payment, an organizational support to those organizations. So that's an option that the court could consider for some of these organizations, that we can start working with the county attorneys and the county auditor's office on bringing those back for your consideration in the coming weeks.
But have we had any conversations recently with the Children's Development Center just about this specifically?
And there may be some invoices. We did receive an updated estimate from the county auditors just this morning. We worked on this presentation for our posting for last week, and so we do need to reconcile with the county auditors. And so we can bring that back with a little bit more detailed and recommendations, but we will be asking for some direction on this topic to see if there is an interest in structuring some sort of economic development grant after the fact for some of these organizations if it's required.
Okay, and I'm happy to reach out to the Children's Development Center as well if you think that would help, if maybe invoices aren't in these new batch that you just received, if you'll let me know.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, and we've been in regular communication. They did reach out to let us know about the event and those types of things, but I think our conversation needs to start with the county auditors just to ensure that if there's anything that has not been paid out, what the issue is, and try and facilitate and streamline that, and then come back with the recommendation on those grants if that is the will of the court.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Holguin?
Yes.
I would just like to remind you that all of the nonprofit contracts were written such that they should be submitting monthly reimbursements to us, which hasn't happened, but we work as best we can to get them those reimbursements as quickly as possible once we do get them.
Yeah, no, I understand. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara. Go ahead.
The next one we have is Paso del Norte Health Information Exchange. They had a total budget of $958,000, and as of August 12th, they've spent $478,000, with May of '24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending June and July to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $314,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $164,000. Project Arriba, they had a total budget of $1 million, and as of August 12th, they've spent $499,000, with November of 2023 being the last month to be reimbursed. They're still pending months December of '23 through September of '24 to be reviewed and paid by the auditor's office, totaling $496,000, and will leave a remaining balance of $4,000. Project Vida, they had a total budget of $299,000. As of August 12th, they've spent $193,000, with March 24 being the last month to be reimbursed. They don't have any pending invoices and have a remaining balance of $106,000. And Project Vida Health Center, this is our last one. They had a total budget of $446,000. As of August 12th, they've spent $442,000, with June of '24 being the last month to be reimbursed. And they don't have any pending invoices and have a remaining balance a little over $4,000. And I'll turn it over to Jose at this time.
Great job.
So Judge Commissioners, as you can see, a number of these organizations, we've been able to successfully implement the project and close out. You have some very small balances that are left just because there was, these are estimates that are put together. So the projects are substantially closed out. Some of the variations that we do need to go back and work with the auditor's office on, one that jumped out at me right now was the fix proposal. They actually over-invoiced us based on the latest information we saw from the auditor's office today. And that's common where to make sure that they draw down everything that's an eligible expense. And so we'll probably leave we'll leave no balance on that project. But we're looking at about 6 organizations that may still, based on the latest information we have, be leaving funding on the table. They include Big Brothers Big Sisters, El Pasoans Fighting Hunger Food Bank. We also saw the Paso Norte Center of Hope, Child Guidance Center. And so it's those types of organizations that the court is interested. We can work on bringing back options about what you might be able to do contractually to help support those organizations to make sure that the funding is received in the event that they run into any delays and had any issues in terms of spending those funds down, if that is something the court is interested in doing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have a total of what's left?
So the latest balance that I saw from the county auditor's office from this morning is about $660,000 in available funding. A large part of that is going to be the funding from the Paso, the PDN Center of Hope, and then we're estimating about $138,000 from the El Paso Fighting Hunger Food Bank. And so those are some of the organizations that are contributing to that balance of about $660,000.
You know, the ones you showed, sometimes it's counterintuitive because they come in sort of like really wanting that money, and then you look at the balance and it's like, I don't know, they haven't spent it since a year ago or... I just find it interesting that when they come up here, it's an urgent, they need the money, and then...
There's several things that could be factors in that, Judge. So first of all, to get reimbursed, so it's a reimbursable kind of agreement. So they have to have the money up front to pay out, to submit to get reimbursed. For some organizations, that can be challenging, especially if they want to make a large purchase. They may be working up to have the ability to pay it, to then submit to get reimbursed. There's also, most of our nonprofits do not have a lot of additional administrative capacity. So they're doing this on top of their normal running of their organization. So that can be challenging. And it also contributes to the recommendation that we're talking about giving ourselves a little more flexibility and them a little more flexibility by, as we wrap this up and we bring forward a recommendation, that maybe putting this underneath our revenue replacement, which would then give you all more time and ability to let us work with them and keep reporting back on which ones we'll be able to make maximum use or not.
Well, that's fair. Those are fair possibilities.
And I want to just commend Jose. Jose actually brought that forward as an option to consider. And then, of course, Danielle for the work that she's done trying to reconcile and track what is in pending payment, what is actually paid out. I mean, this is a complete accounting system for just ARPA funding, trying to track in addition to what auditors are having to do on their end as well. So the team, including legal, everybody that's been involved in this, it's been quite the project, but such a worthy investment into our community.
Thank you.
I've got a question. So, just to be clear on the arts funding, we're going to pay that out of.
We're moving that.
We're
We're
moving that back to
proposing
general fund.
We're proposing moving that under revenue replacement. That removes, as I mentioned, that the restrictions that are on it, if we leave it under a different category, we won't be able to accomplish the projects that we've identified. And so by moving it this way, it still moves forward. It's still every dollar budgeted to the projects as described, but it gives us the flexibility under the revenue replacement to be able to do the exact projects that we've identified.
And so any of the funding that's, I don't know, that can't be utilized by the nonprofits, or we're going to come to an agreement on that when?
Correct.
We can present that next week, Commissioner. We need time to work with the auditor's office to understand the difference in the estimates that we have and what they're projecting out, so we can come back and reconcile with a more refined number. So at next
So are
week's
you all going to be making recommendations to us to fill gaps that we have in other, or should we be reaching out to you all to give you ideas about how we want that money to be
So
spent?
this, if these particular ones, we're not proposing to do anything different with it than what was identified. So both with the arts, 600,000, moving it over under revenue replacement, 600,000 dedicated to arts, just as described in the budget for arts. With the notice of funding opportunities to support the nonprofits, right now it's the same proposal. We just need to true up that number. Whatever amount has not been spent, and Jose, correct me if this is wrong, but whatever amount that has not been spent or that we are not confirmed on, move it over to revenue replacement so we can finish wrapping up the projects with those nonprofits. And if there is any that goes unused at the end of that process, then the court would be able to reallocate.
Because it seems like the Center of Hope is not going to be able to do it, right? Like,
We don't know. We need to have that conversation
Okay.
with what's pending and what's been the delay in the reimbursements.
Yeah, effectively, it's an accounting procedure to pass those funds into the county's general fund under an eligible project expense, and we can declare revenue replacement as an eligible project, which then frees up FY25 proceeds, and thereby removing the restrictions in place that the federal government has, and we can put our own restrictions in place.
What I think you're asking about, though, Commissioner, is if there's any other funding that gets moved into general fund as a reimbursement above and beyond what was planned,
Yep.
how does the court decide what to do with that?
Right.
We will make sure if there is any additional funding above and beyond, that there's a conscientious conversation
Right.
and action by the court on how to allocate that funding.
So we currently have $600,000 in your reserve. If you look on the attached listing, I believe we're sweeping approximately $227,000 back into that reserve. That reserve is going to remain in place until we close out all the projects, and then that would allow us to have that conversation about how that is repurposed and whether that's returned back to the general fund to increase the fund balance or any other policy consideration that the court may want to develop. So then, Judge, Commissioners, just to recap the recommendations that Ms. Chavez presented here for your consideration this afternoon are these three actions, right? So the first one is the $600,000 for the arts. This is the way that we accomplish that accounting procedure that Ms. Keller and I and Ms. Chavez spoke on. And then the other two The last one just being that due to that miscalculation, make sure that we shore up that ARPA account string.
We have a motion from Commissioner Leon, a second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. A motion carries.
Great job. I like your assertiveness.
Judge, would you like to go ahead and take the resolutions now?
Yes, sir. Have we gone through every item?
Okay, item 10, resolutions. 10A, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing November 18, 2024 as Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Record Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Commissioner
There they
Bean.
are in the middle. So this is a little bit of a surprise, I think, and I want to thank one of our own JPs, Judge Lucila Nájera, for bringing to my attention the amazing work that Sergeant First Class Record does every day in our community. And so I hope, I didn't realize it was a surprise until just now. I hope you're surprised. I think she thought she was in trouble when we asked her to come to the Commissioner's Court. So I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution, and then we'll vote, and then we'll give you a few minutes to speak. And then, of course, I'd also love to hear from Judge Nájera, who made the recommendation for this resolution. So whereas Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Recker, born in the state of New Hampshire after overcoming challenges due to a mistake made at 12 years old, first decided to dedicate her life to uplifting at-risk youth by planning to open a community-based facility to offer them guidance and support in reshaping their lives. Following her own life transformation, she transferred from the National Guard to active duty and has served in Fort Bliss, Fort Campbell, and Fort Hood, Texas. She currently serves as a career counselor for the 4-1 Field Artillery Battalion. And whereas her service has been recognized through several awards, including 1 Meritorious Service Medal, 4 Army Commendation Medals, and 6 Army Achievement Medals. Additionally, she has earned an Army Meritorious Unit Commendation, 5 Good Conduct Medals, 3 Afghanistan Campaign Medals, 1 Iraqi Campaign Medal, and 1 Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. Her extraordinary service has also been acknowledged with 1 Military Outstanding Volunteer Service Medal, an NCO Professional Development Ribbon, numeral 3, an Army Service Ribbon, an Overseas Service Ribbon, numeral 3, 1 NATO Medal, and several other commendations. And whereas on Veterans Day 2023, Sergeant First Class Samantha Recker opened a privately owned and operated transition home for homeless veterans in the El Paso area, adapting her initial mission to also help those who have served our country as they transition back to civilian life. Since the opening of the transition home, Sergeant First Class Recker has housed 11 veterans and helped 9 veterans become successful working members of our community. And whereas her transition home houses 3 homeless veterans for up to 9 months to assist them in getting back on their feet after their service. Additionally, Sergeant First Class Recker also runs an 8-week program for at-risk youth, which has enrolled 112 students since its opening. A total of 89 of these students have successfully completed the program, and 39 students are currently attending. And whereas she will soon be completing her 20 years of service, and upon retirement, she plans to expand her transition home to house more veterans and acquire a facility to keep teaching and potentially house at-risk youth. Now therefore be it resolved that the El Paso County Commissioners Court, in appreciation of her service to our country and her dedication to the veterans and youth of our community, declares the 18th day of November 2024 as Sergeant First Class Samantha M. Record Day. In official recognition thereof, the Commissioners Court hereby affixes their signatures this 18th day of November 2024.
We have a motion by Commissioner Holguín, second by Judge Samaniego. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Wow, Samantha.
Congratulations.
Amazing. Well, was it a surprise?
Yes, very much so. I'm more of like the dog and pony person in the back. So I just want to say thank you very much, and thank you for putting me out there and making sure that other people know what it is that we do. I'm very passionate about what I do, both for the youth and the veterans, and in the Army, I'm a career counselor, so taking care of people is just what I do. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, we keep, obviously, the Veterans Capital of the USA, it's based on this amazing experience that you have in the military, but then a lot of them come back out and they just somehow feel like it's ended. Their service has ended and they want to become part of the, just a regular, everyday citizen. But you've just shown that if you really think about everything that you've gone through, very, very few individuals have ever gone through that experience. And for you not to bring it back to the community would be, it would be unfortunate for everybody. And so that's what we're trying to instill in a lot of the veterans, that they don't feel good about themselves because they feel that they've done what they need to do. And that was like the highlight of their life. And so you get a lot of that depression and a lot of that, mental health challenges. So we thank you because you're sort of a big role model to be able to show that you bring so much from that experience into the community. The leadership, the technical aspect of it, but more than anything, that kind of desire to serve, a desire to really want to serve the community. And so I'm very thankful. I know the court is very thankful that we continue to have role models like yourself and that show the rest of the world why we are the Veterans Capital of the United States, because you're a perfect example of that. Thank you, Samantha, for everything you do.
Efren, did you want to say a few words?
Efren.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Efren Montelongo from the Veteran Assistance Office, here on behalf of Ms. Antoinette Hunt. I just want to congratulate Ms. Recker for everything she's done. It's just another example of us veterans that we serve, and we sign a contract and never expires. We still go out in the community and still help out. And just want to congratulate you and thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Efren. Great job.
And Judge Nájera is here as well. If we could hear from you as well, Judge.
The culprit of the surprise.
Yes. Yes, I'm guilty. I am. But when I was made known of her service, I reached out to her and I was wanting to get more information about what she does. And I have been extremely surprised because not only is she using her own experience in this, but she has also turned a lot of the kids that I have requested for them to go out to her and participate in this, but they have made a complete turnaround. We've had kids with more than 250 days out of school. And now, because of her assistance and her guidance and her pushing these kids to understand the importance of education and not only using herself as an example, we have had, with her help and just her energy is just phenomenal in its totality. We have had all of the kids that I have sent to this program successful. They have gone to school. Now their grades are no longer in the failing. They are all passing with no absences, no tardiness, have gone as far as also generated essays, not only for her program, but also for mine when they come for their review. And I stand very humbled and honored to have been part of what she does. Just this weekend, she and her team were able to not only stock her home that she's using for our veterans, but also gone as far as painting one of the houses for our veterans, along with part of her team do landscaping. And right now, they're still having to go ahead and dispose of all the trash that were accumulated from this one's veteran's home. And so I'm very humbled and, as I mentioned, very honored to be in her path for all that she does for all our veterans, and still pushes to excel and pushes our kids no matter what and what they do, but she goes and picks them up from their home and takes them to her program every Tuesday. So I stand here very humbled that Ms. Commissioner Holguin did participate in one of our graduations, and we graduated, I think, 30 kids that day. And I hope that at our next graduation, God willing, December the 19th, we will have the pleasure on you all also participating in this graduation for my second class for my court. So thank you all very much for recognizing her. She deserves it.
And thank you for what you do, Judge, but just finding this gem that maybe not a lot of people know, and thank you, Commissioner Olguin. This is, Betsy, don't we have a connection with UTEP on a 3D printer so we could replicate her like, and put her in every precinct? So, well, thank you, Samantha, and thank you, Judge. This is a really nice tribute. What an example for everybody. Thank you.
She's an
Thank you.
And I want to thank you, Judge, for inviting me to participate in that graduation ceremony. It was really incredible to see students who had 200 plus absences and tardies go from that to 0. That was just unbelievable, the change that you all make in these kids' life. It's incredible. So I want to thank both of you for everything that you do. If we could, don't sit down yet. We need to have a photo. If you'll come up to the front.
Good to see you.
Put it a little more this way. Yeah. Smiles, 1, 2, 3.
Item 10B, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the Borderplex Workforce Higher Red White U Career Conference in El Paso County, Texas.
Well, thank you. It's my honor and pleasure to read this into the record. Whereas we express gratitude for the sacrifices made by service members, transitioning veterans, and their families, whereas Fort Bliss reports over 19,000 military members transition out of service each year, and whereas Texas is home to the highest state population of veterans in the country, and where the success in connecting veterans with great careers has a lasting impact on the military's ability to recruit future generations of service members and impact the county's long-term defense readiness. Whereas only 41% of military family respondents to the 2023 Military Family Lifestyle Survey reported they feel a sense of belonging to their local civilian community. Whereas veterans who transition from military service to immediately into a high-demand, high-paying career are better set up for success as they enter civilian life. Whereas local employers compete to find a skilled and ready workforce to operate and expand their businesses. Whereas Workforce Solutions Borderplex empowers military families by connecting them and preparing them for high-demand jobs in the Borderplex region. Whereas the Texas Workforce Commission and Workforce Solutions Borderplex annually host the Hire Red, White, and U job fair for military service members. And whereas El Paso, Texas, the veteran capital of the world, finds no better way to honor transitioning service members than with a high-demand, high-paying career to help them establish roots in our city. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize November the 13th as Hire Red, White, and U Day, signed this 18th day of November 2024.
We have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Welcome. Tell us a little bit.
Hi, good afternoon. I have a short statement here. Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philip Morales. On behalf of Workforce Solutions Borderplex, I'd like to take this time to thank the El Paso County Commissioners Court and staff for all that you do and have done for El Paso veterans, and making El Paso County one of the top places for veterans to live. I was born in El Paso, and after graduating from UTEP in 2002, spent 12 years as an officer in the Marine Corps. I enjoyed being an El Paso ambassador and apologetic anytime I had the opportunity, wherever I happened to be in the world. In January of this year, I was blessed to return back to El Paso, to the friendliest people, best food, and best weather in the world. At Workforce Solutions Borderplex, we share the same mission of assisting all walks of veterans and their families with employment services, to do all we can to repay them for their sacrifices to our great country. Our office at Fort Bliss and our offices throughout El Paso are open year-round, where veterans have front-of-the-line privileges. Last week, coming off the Veterans Day holiday, we hosted a Texas Workforce Commission veteran-focused hiring event that we called Hiring Red, White, and U, where we connected more than 20 local companies with over 200 veterans, dependents, and other job seekers. We were proud to match the unique experiences that veterans bring to the workforce with local employers looking for talent. In addition, our federally funded Pathway to Heroes program has helped over 300 local service members receive job certifications before or right after leaving the military this past year to date. Thank you for your time. We are glad to have trust in our local public leadership with supporting the local El Paso economy, community, and especially our veterans.
Thank you. And you have a great leader in Leila.
Oh, yes.
And we're very appreciative of that partnership, but also of Workforce Solutions. I don't think the community understands how much behind the scene, developing people, addressing situations with in business and looking for, where are the gaps. We're trying to bring all these companies in, and then we still have to figure out how to get them the right individuals. And that's done so well. And I think there's a tremendous appreciation of everything that you do, but I'm glad that we're highlighting. This year I wasn't able to attend, but some of your career, that you have, it's just amazing. The number of veterans that are looking for better opportunities. Unfortunately, a lot of our veterans they're not as unemployed, they're underemployed. Especially if you look at their skills, the abilities, just what we talked about earlier on the last resolution, is that, individuals have a lot to offer. And so thank you for sort of getting them out there and realizing that they've gone through experiences that, most of us will never even be able to think about or imagine. And so we're very, very proud. We're proud of you, having been in the service in the Marine as an officer, and to be back in our community. It really is very, I mean, we're very privileged to have individuals like yourself. So once again, thank you to Leila and her team and everything that you do in every possible way. I mean, like I said, people don't, I get to know about it because I'll hear that you're involved, you know, that you're involved in something that most of the community is not aware of. So once again, thank you very much for being here today, Mr. Morales.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Item 10C, approve and adopt a resolution recognizing November 18, 2024 as National Injury Prevention Day in El Paso County, Texas.
Come on. You're also ready to go into action, but when it comes to recognition, you're having to drag them out of their seats. Well, thank you. One more privilege for me. Whereas injuries are the leading cause of death and disability in the U.S. Children ages 1 to 18. In fact, injury is the leading cause of death for people through 44 years of age. And whereas the University Medical Center of El Paso and our shared Level 1 Trauma Center, the only Level 1 trauma center in the region, are dedicated to raising awareness about the burden, injury, and violence and empowering the people in the community through program education and resources using a culturally sensitive approach with respect to language, culture norms, education, and economic barriers. Whereas UMC El Paso, in coordination with various community partners, aim to reduce preventable injuries and fatalities through prevention programs that support bike, wheel sports, and helmet safety, pedestrian safety, fall prevention, child passenger safety, motor vehicle and distracted driving safety, medicine and cleaning supply safety, and other tailored community initiatives that enhance awareness. Whereas the County of El Paso is committed to creating a safe environment that contributes to the safety and well-being of our residents. Whereas hospitals, state agencies, and community organizations are committed to their crucial role in reducing injuries and death by promoting safe practices. Whereas National Injury Prevention Day raises awareness and promotes efforts to reduce injuries among children and adults. The County of El Paso commends UMC El Paso and all involved in their endeavors to protect residents from injury. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court recognize November the 18th as National Injury Prevention Day.
Okay, we have a motion by Judge Samaniego, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open. Motion carries.
So welcome.
Sponsoring this resolution. My name is Ana Acosta. I'm the Injury Prevention and Education Specialist for the Trauma Department at UMC El Paso. National Injury Prevention Day is designed to raise awareness about the devastating impact of injuries and violence and the need for change. As the only Level 1 trauma center in the region, we are dedicated to educating and empowering our community to make a difference and work toward reducing preventable injuries and death. Today marks the 5th annual National Injury Prevention Day, and tonight, all throughout El Paso, organizations will be shining green lights. I would like to give a special thank you to the Border Regional Advisory Council for sponsoring the Star on the Mountain in honor of this important initiative. And in honor of the founder of this important initiative, Estelle Lanita Johnson. Lanita was an El Paso native who dedicated her life to protecting children and improving communities across the nation. Through her tireless work with the Injury Free Coalition for Kids, she inspired hospitals and other organizations in over 50 cities, including UMC, to engage their communities with events and services to save lives. And now we light up green each year to promote the message of injury prevention. Though Lanita unexpectedly passed away earlier this year, her spirit lives on in the lives she touched and the causes she championed. From her pioneering work in television journalism to her advocacy in public health, she always sought to bring light to others. As we mark National Injury Prevention Day, we remember Lanita's passion, her vision, and her indelible impact she left on El Paso and beyond. May her legacy continue to inspire us all to work towards safer communities for everyone. And of course, this work is only made possible due to the collaborations of the many organizations that we have with us today. We would like to take the opportunity to thank each and every one of our partners for their support and commitment to injury prevention. So today, along with our friends joining us online, we have the UMC's Rehab Services team, the UMC and El Paso's Children's Foundation, the Drowning Prevention Coalition of El Paso, Border Regional Advisory Council, Del Sol Medical Center, William Beaumont Army Medical Center, and El Paso Health. Thank you very much.
Anybody else want to say a few words? You're very welcome. I'll have you introduce yourselves, but if you want to, anyone. But before we start, I just want to, people keep asking me why we say we're unique, and I'm always finding. But something like this tells me that we care about our community and that you have that understanding that preventing something is just worth it so much. Losing a child because you left something open, or imagine the burden and the pain for that family. So that awareness of keeping individuals from feeling bad about things or losing a loved one or a fatality. I'll also include the number of the elderly that get hurt because they don't have the right things at home, or people are not aware that they don't understand until someone falls, ends up in the hospital, and finds out that maybe they won't come back out of the hospital because of an injury to when they're older. And of course, UMC, such a favorite of ours. That we always feel very appreciative, but just want to let you know that that's one of the things that I feel that makes us unique from different from other communities is how we care about people and how we care. Every time we have someone here, it's about awareness of some kind, and that awareness is so powerful. Can you imagine the number of lives that you've saved because someone remembered something, or if they forgot to do something they shouldn't, that they take care of it, and that saves so many lives. So I hope you do feel it in your heart of the number of individuals that you've saved and the number of families that you have taken that huge burden. When something's wrong within the family, it impacts the entire family, so once again, I thank you for that. So if you don't mind introducing yourselves, please.
My name is Peggy Jaime. I'm from Border RAC, which is the Regional Advisory Council of El Paso.
Yeah, we worked a lot together right during the pandemic.
Susan Sharp, again, I work for the Regional Advisory Council.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Williams. I'm the Program Director of Community Programs for University Medical Center Foundation. Thank you.
My name is Francisco Garcia. I work for University Medical Center. I'm the manager for the rehab department for the Westside Clinic.
Thank you.
Go West Side.
West Side. My name is Tony McDermott. I'm the acute care rehab manager.
Thank you.
So in the hospital.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tarl Hansen. I'm the outpatient UMC supervisor for our East Rehab location.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Claire Cowan, Drowning Prevention Coalition. Drowning is preventable.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Marian Contreras with El Paso Health, the Outreach Department.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Savannah Bernal, and I am the Injury Prevention Coordinator for our Trauma Department in Del Sol Medical Center.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Gloria Salazar. I'm from University Medical Center Trauma Services Manager for the Sexual Assault Nurse Examiners Program Education and Injury Prevention. So Ana Acosta is one of my employees that has done an awesome job, but she can't do it alone. All these people that have helped us tremendously is the key to prevention. We are already specialized. All the hospitals are specialized in trauma, but once that, we need to concentrate on prevention. So that's what we're focusing on. Thank you.
Prevention. That's the name of the game.
Hello, my name is Silva Gonzalez, and I work with Ana Acosta in Injury Prevention Technician.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Diaz. I'm the Trauma Program Manager at William Beaumont Army Medical Center, and I just want to say we love working with UMC, and thank you for allowing us to be part of this. I work with Miss Anna, and she also sits on the board with me for the Injury Prevention for American Trauma Society, and that also affects everybody nationwide, so not just here in El Paso. She's really awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Ramirez. I'm the Trauma Nurse Educator at William Beaumont Army Medical Center.
Well, thank you. And thank you all of you for being here. I like themes, and I have a green suit, and man, I missed out.
Next year.
I could have worn that color. Thank you. Commissioner Leon?
No, thank you very much. And I'm sure the court is sick of me saying this, but I know that several years back, and like even Jacob Cintron says, you can have the nicest building, the best equipment, everything is state of the art, but if the employees aren't really caring people, the rehab, and a couple of you know me from the east side and west side, a couple of you have seen me at my worst, but I wouldn't be here doing as well as I am if it wasn't for you all. So thank you.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you. Okay, one more time. Right up here.
Yeah, the one that's all busted up, sorry.
Okay, going back to the regular order of the agenda. Item 8, purchasing. 8A, approve and authorize the purchase of Phase 11 through Phase 12 preservation of records for County Clerk's Department of the El Paso County, Texas, using Texas Smart by TX MAS 2392001, awarded to Co-File Technologies, Inc. of Dallas, Texas, for a grand total of $1,992,117.20. Discount pricing as identified through the cooperative contract. Purchasing approved on November 3rd, 2024. Funding is available in SR Records Archives Contract Services General.
Hi, Karen. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Karen Davidson, your county purchasing agent. And this purchase is, well, we're asking the court today to approve and authorize the purchase of Phase 11 and 12 for the preservation of records for the County Clerk's Department. We are using a cooperative methodology through TexMAS. That's the state of Texas Smart Buy for co-file, and it is for the total amount of $1,992,117.20. I can speak to the procurement, and we have the department online if you need any other explanation.
Any questions? Any? Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Judge Samaniego to approve, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open. Motion carries.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, Karen.
Item 9, Public Works. 9A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding adoption of the amendment to the El Paso County Subdivision Regulations, opinion number 1915.
Okay, good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. George Reyes, Assistant Planner with Planning and Development.
Thank you, George.
Can I get the presentation? Okay, great, thank you. Today I'm bringing forward a minor amendment to the El Paso County subdivision order to deal with the abandoned lot situation we have out in far east El Paso County, out in east of Horizon City. Now, to just refresh your minds a little bit about the abandoned lot situation we have out there, it's an area of town that was platted back in the 1960s and 70s and sold to the world as owning a piece of West Texans back around the days where spaghetti westerns were very popular, and the developer was pushing that as a way to sell lots out in this area, along with areas in some other parts of Texas as well as New Mexico, and I think even LA as well. And so the developer at the time sold the lots with the intentions of developing them, but it never materialized, and the developer went bankrupt, leaving us with 475 individual subdivisions, over 91,000 individual lots in over 81 square miles. And when you're on a plane, you can kind of see some of like the roads where they're starting to cut through and make paths to certain developments that were just abandoned, and now they're dirt roads out there. And so there's no type of infrastructure or utilities to any of these lots. A lot of fractionalized ownership. People from around the world own these lots. We've seen people from Switzerland, Washington State, various places around the world own these lots, and they have little tax value to, whereas the Central Appraisal District rarely sends out tax bills to a lot of these owners because a lot of them come back, return to sender, so it's hard to find the owners that do actually own them. And so because of this issue, we, the county had our legislative delegation pass a couple of laws for us to prevent colonial-style development out there, because there are some people that may still own these lots, and we want to make sure that they're developing in a correct way. And so the first bill that was passed was SB 1402 by Senator Jose Rodriguez and carried by Representative Gonzalez in the House. And it's a bracketed bill for El Paso County that allows the Commissioner's Court, by order, to implement a process to allow the Planning and Development Department to require abandoned subdivisions to follow today's standards of development. What the bill did was it targeted lots and subdivisions that have been undeveloped for more than 25 years, and 50% of those lots must be undeveloped or unoccupied at that time, and the subdivision plat, of course, is older than 25 years. And what this does is the order that we're presenting to you today will require the developer or the owner of these lots to provide proportionate share of their improvements like today's subdivisions require. And so the landowner would have to do roadway improvements, drainage infrastructure, street lighting, and follow all the orders that we have today, like our county flood order. And so Michelle Martinez and Eric Morales from the county attorney's office helped us craft this amendment that you see today in your backup, which allows us to regulate these plats. And as you can see from the language provided, that it pretty much mirrors what the bill showed, in that we don't use the word developer. It's mainly the lot owner of these loans, because a lot of times it's not a developer that could own these subdivisions, or just like a new entrepreneur or something that is able to buy up these lots and sell them to the public in general as a legit subdivision that you would see out there. And so with that, we did some outreach to developers throughout the city. The city of El Paso has what's called a developers focus group. So we went to go present to them, which is made up of developers within the city and county, and as well as their engineering firms that represent them. And there's a lot of construction companies, home builders that attend this meeting. And so we presented to them. We didn't have any feedback for this particular item. And so we sent, once we got the language that was finalized, we sent that language to the listener the city has to all the developers and engineers in the region, asking for feedback, and we did not receive any for this particular item. And so so that was the outreach we did do for this order. And so with that, that's the end of the presentation. Or have any questions, I can answer them for you all.
Yeah, Commissioner Coronado?
You reached out to these developers, and basically you're going to sell the subdivisions to them?
No, so it's
How would you undo the sale or the ownership?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How would you undo the ownership?
You can at this point. So what we've seen is there are some people out there trying to find the ownership of the current lot owners and trying to buy them, either by contacting them or doing some stuff called adverse possession, to where they can eventually overtake that lot. And so,
Yeah, but adverse possession is going to take 5 years if you do it under color of title, 10 years, 15 years, or 25 years if you don't. How are you going to get over that problem?
and so if they're able to overcome that, then this is where we'll be able to do it, to be able to prevent if they're able to get over that hurdle. Because we have seen, there was one indication out in the Shadow Mountain Lake area where they were able to have a lot of lots ready for development. And luckily, a familiar developer did buy those lots, and they're gonna build a pretty nice subdivision out there. But there was an instance where that was going to happen, where there was one person that owned a lot of lots and was going to be able to do something like this. Now going forward, we don't see that happening anymore, but this is kind of a measure that we would like to have in our toolbox in case it does happen, in case somebody is able to do that again.
Can't we like do something with or our own taxing entities, send out these notices and just put them up for sale if they don't respond? That way, we clear the ownership and then sell them.
Well, and that's the fractionalized lot bill. So I was going to ask about the status of that. I know that we were working on developing the policy and the procedures and the processes, but that bill was already passed a couple of years ago. Do we know what the status is on that? And that would allow exactly that, right? The receivership process, so that we could notify those landowners and then try to package these large parcels of land potentially to be sold to developers who would then have to follow all of these.
Yes, and the status of that one, Commissioner, is it's with legal right now. We had a draft interlocal because what we were planning to do is partner with Horizon Economic Development Corporation to be the, at first help us with the procurement of a consultant to be able to study the area to see which section of these abandoned lots we should attack first, and then bring that to y'all to make the decision as to whether or not to go forward in informing the lot owners as to that we were going to abandon their lots. And so right now with that interlocal, we had a snafu with the Horizon EDC's legal counsel. They had new legal counsel to where they were not sure if they can enter into an agreement like this, but so we have and I believe Eric Morales is on the call. He could probably be able to speak to that.
Eric?
Yes, good afternoon again, Judge, Commissioners. Eric Morales, Assistant County Attorney. I'd like to address a couple of things. One is to Commissioner Coronado's questions. Commissioner, there are two provisions in the local government code, and also to refer to the comment which Commissioner Holguin just referenced. There are two provisions within the local government code which we've had passed in the last few years. One deals with lots that are that have been subdivided, they have been previously platted and approved, but which have not, in the past, have not been required to install the more modern infrastructure requirements. That's what this provision is dealing with. There is another provision. This provision is primarily under 232.045. There's another provision under section 232 1.101, which is an abandoned lot provision, where that addresses the lots, for example, where people have not paid their tax bills on it in years. There is a separate provision, a separate process, which would allow a trustee to be appointed and to vacate some of the plats and put them, and require them to be canceled out, replatted, and put them back into inventory. The provision that we're primarily addressing today is one which would require existing subdivisions, as they now are, that would be subject to putting in water and sewer requirements. Water and sewer infrastructure, which they were not required to put in at the time that they were platted. This is for subdivisions that the taxes may still be paid on them. There are certain subdivisions where certain developers and owners have continued to pay the taxes. And yes, to George's comment earlier, we had a situation where somebody went in, bought a bunch of them, and reconveyed them, and there was actually a lawsuit over it. This statutory provision, is intended to address that situation. So it's two different scenarios, two different approaches to solving the problem. I hope that's helpful. And Commissioner Holguin, as he was also saying, yes, we are working. There's a much larger effort to address the many, many thousands of lots which have been struck off the tax rolls or which are delinquent on taxes or have, vacant landowners, individual owners who no longer want to own the property and are trying to convey it to the county or to third parties. And the second process that I referenced will allow a process where property rights will be protected and respected, while at the same time allowing the inventory of land to be redeveloped into a usable form.
And so, Eric, how close are we to finalizing those policies for that process?
On the second one, we have a ways to go, Commissioner. And George will be able to reference this more. I believe that Diana Shearer, who has worked on this some as well, was working with the EDC in Horizon, and we've hit to come up with a process to start that, and we've hit a snafu there. So I don't have a good answer for you. I don't have a specific date. We're trying to work through that. We are working with them to try to develop that process. That, as I said, that's a much more complicated one, just because of the implications and the effect on people's individual property rights. And so we're handling that much more cautiously.
I know we had been working for a time with HCIA on the fractionalized lots.
Yes.
And then we kind of shifted to the EDC. But I'm not really sure why we stopped trying to work with HCIA, or now that we've hit this kind of roadblock with EDC, do we want to consider again maybe working with HCIA?
Commissioner, I'm certainly happy to have that discussion with you. I have assigned that. Diana Shearer has been working on that more and has more specific information on it. And I think, there's some considerations on both of those, whether we want to continue with HCIA. One of the issues that we had with HCIA in the past, I think, is that we wanted to make sure that whoever was in charge of the process of the land trust is too strong a word, but effectively, the trusteeship also didn't have had the independence not to be seen as having a dog in the fight, if you will, right? No conflict of interest. And so it's been complicated, and we're working through it. But like I said, this one that's here today on the agenda is more to apply existing rules, current rules, to old subdivisions that in the past would have escaped any infrastructure requirements.
And have we gotten any interest from other developers in terms of buying some of these lots out there?
Not that we have heard of, Commissioner, just that one that I mentioned out there in Shadow Mountain Lake. They were able to work with the previous owner in obtaining all those lots out there. And so they're getting ready to build a whole new community out there that we've seen. And so that's the only one, though, that I've heard that's been successful. And
Commissioner, the challenge with that also is that they're looking for blocks of land, and oftentimes the lots that are for sale are individual lots, and that's the problem with this whole area out there, is that they're fractionalized lots, individual lots, and somebody wants to come in and look for 100 acres of land that hasn't already been platted out, and that's again that's a different ballgame.
That's what I was going to say. Previously, you had bigger chunks where people, a developer could come in and get, but it seems now they're a little bit more sporadic, right? So it's hard for a developer to come in and have any, interest in them.
Exactly, yes.
And there are some larger tracts, and those larger tracts, again, not to put too fine a point on it, but those were the larger tracts that in the past, we had some developers come in and they put in septic tanks and trailers and water lines, which was the very minimum they were required to put in. But they wouldn't put in any paved roads. They didn't put in parks. They didn't put in street lights. They didn't put in curbs. They didn't put in drainage. Now, with this proposal before you today, if they were to buy those large chunks of land, they would be required to do so.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other questions for Jorge? Tell me what the motion's going to be, Jorge?
The suggested motion was adopt the amendment to El Paso County subdivision regulations. There.
Okay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Olguin, second by Commissioner Stout. Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Thank
Have a
you,
good day.
Jorge. Good job.
Thank you, Jorge.
Judge, we'd like to go to the item that was pulled from consent.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the owner was not able to be here, but I wanted Betsy to sort of give us a little bit of update of what's going on with that coffee
Okay.
shop.
Item 4K, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the concession services agreement for the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse with Glia's Coffee LLC to operate a coffee shop and provide beverage, food, and related concession services for a 6-year term with 2-year options to renew. No county funding is required. Contract number 2024-0966.
Quickly, before I turn it over to Mr. Sully, I just want to remind the court, you awarded this agreement recently. This is the actual contract to put this into effect. I do believe the owner is going to need just a little bit more time before we actually get to cut the ribbon because there's special equipment being ordered for the coffee shop. But I just wanted to share, and Judge, thank you for this opportunity, because I wanted to share a little bit about this particular contract and what it means to the county. So as you know, we used to have a coffee shop on the 3rd floor of the courthouse, but it did not completely fulfill all of our needs, and it did a great job for the time that we had it. But what we're looking forward to in this project is bringing a really first-class coffee. I hate to call it a coffee shop because it's really such a social place, such a place to be able to make sure jurors can get a refreshment while they're waiting on the 3rd floor. Visitors to the courthouse can stop in and get a really high-quality cup of coffee or another type of beverage, not an alcoholic type of beverage, but a non-alcoholic type of beverage, fresh food. I went out myself. I wasn't familiar. I've been to one of the Glia locations, but I wasn't extremely familiar with their entire offerings. They have about almost 200 reviews on Google, and they're still holding it like 4.9 to 5 stars, which is pretty impressive. And people talk about how amazing their bagels, their chilaquiles, their burritos, and of course their lattes. I can't wait to try the Cafe de Olla. They say that's one of the best things. Michelle tells me there's a cookie on every cup. She's excited about that. And it's named after the dog. And who can't love a coffee shop named after a dog? But I'm really excited about what this is going to offer to not just the county and the courthouse and our visitors, but to downtown to have this amenity. And next, I just want to talk about the space. We've had it hidden. It's behind those white shields. There's been times our facilities, the crew was working, Jordan Foster did the construction, correct, Robin? And there have been times when it was going on noisy and I had to ask, we had an event going on, and like, can we stop the construction? But when we show it to everybody, when we show everyone what's hidden behind those panels, we're going to be extremely proud of the work the county has done in this project. We're really adding an amenity to downtown in our own courthouse. I hope you all will be as proud as I am. I'm very proud of our team, and I'm excited for us to offer this to our own employees, to the visitors, our jurors, and again, just the downtown community. And we are already, like, all of us are busting with ideas of things to help promote the coffee shop. Jose this morning was like, we need to work with Downtown Management District. I hope she's not listening, but now I have great ideas for Claudia's birthday present because she's a coffee fiend. But I mean, it's going to be a great addition. And I'm really proud of the work and the excitement all of our team has behind this project. So with that, Robin, I'll turn it over. If there's anything you want to add, the agreement itself, I reviewed. the licensing agreement. It's, I think, going to be really good for a local coffee owner, local coffee shop owner. So sorry, I keep, you can hear how excited I am. And I'm not a big coffee drinker, but I'm this excited about this project. And so, Robin, I'll turn it over or else I'll keep going all afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Sully, what do you think?
Good afternoon, Judge, County Commissioners, Robin Sully, Facility Maintenance Director. What can I say after that briefing from Betsy? I should just sit down. But I just want to say that we was given the task, the Facility Maintenance Department was given the task to construct a coffee shop here on the 3rd floor at the Enrique Moreno Courthouse. We was also given the task to find a buyer. And I'm just as proud as Betsy, but I don't show it. But I'm just proud to announce that we did find a buyer. Unfortunately, that buyer couldn't make it here today, but we are very proud of this coffee shop that will be opening here very soon. And subject to your questions, but I will say also that my managers, Viviana Hernandez and Eric Hernandez, and also purchasing, they helped us with the buyer. They worked tremendously to make this project happen in a timely manner. So without further ado, I'm subject to your questions.
And thank you, Mr. Sully. Appreciate that.
When is it targeted to open?
That's a good question, Commissioner. That's why I was hoping that the buyer was here today so he can answer that question. But as soon as he get his barista equipment, he's looking to get an espresso machine. Once that arrives, we'll start the ribbon cutting.
I believe, what I understood too, he's trying to expedite it. Normally it takes about 8 weeks, and of course he didn't want to order until he knew he was awarded, and we just awarded within the last week or two. So he's ordered it. I understand it could take up as much as 8 weeks, so that would probably be in the new year we'd be opening. But if he's trying everything he can to see if there's any way he can get it any sooner. So Commissioner, you will have a reason to come visit.
Well, I'll be here in pajamas, and you're going to be hard for me. Get rid of this guy. Man, get rid of him.
We'll be jealous.
Betsy, and are we going to be providing more chairs and seating for that area, obviously?
So right now, we only have the chairs and the tables that are out there around that area. But I just had pulled up to talk to Norma about, hey, how are we going to make sure we have enough chairs and seating? So we'll make sure we do, sir.
Okay, thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Holguin to approve, second by Commissioner Stout. The voting is open and motion carries.
Great job, Mr.
Thank
Sully.
you. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, item 12 from the regular session. 12A, discuss and take appropriate action regarding road and speed safety issues in El Paso County. County Attorney's File Number 002623AA.
Judge Commissioners Eric Rosales and Gaglione, we're not asking for action on this item at this time.
Okay, we have no action for item 12A. Item 12B, discuss and take appropriate action on the exchange, lease, or value of real property located within Block 1 Socorro Grant, El Paso County, Texas. And we do have 2 speakers signed up for public comment on this item.
We have Sandra Estrada on the phone.
Who's
Hi,
on the phone?
good morning.
Sandra,
Good afternoon.
Sandra Estrada.
My name is Sandra Estrada.
Go ahead.
Yes?
Go ahead.
Hi, Sandra.
Okay, yes. Yes, I'm Sandra Estrada, and I just wanted to say that affordable housing is a must-needed resource in our community, and I ask for all to consider donating this land for El Paso County Housing Authority to create more housing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
We also had a person by the name of Alonso Campos. However, they have logged off the call.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead,
No action.
Jessica.
No action on this item, item B.
No action for item 12B. Item 12C, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Chapter 381 Economic Development Agreement with Vinton Steel LLC, contract number 2023-0911.
Miguel, do you have the presentation for this one?
Stand by. It's the same one that was presented earlier, correct?
We're also pulling up a brief presentation on this item. Just one second. Give me 1 second, Roberto. We're pulling up the slide from just the brief. Give me 1 second. I just sent it, Miguel. I just sent it, Miguel. Thank you, sir.
County Judge, County Commissioners, good afternoon. Roberto Ransom, Director, Economic Development Department. Very happy to be here today and share with you a significant step towards the support of Benton Steel. Although a decision has not been made by the company yet, this is a very significant milestone that sets the pathway forward on a series of other efforts done at the local level for the company to consider establishing operations here in El Paso County. But I'd like to take a minute to thank all the individuals that have been assisting this project. And I'd like to start thanking leadership for their guidance, for their support, to Ms. Betsy Keller and Mr. Landeros for all the support that they have been providing to the department. Also to our partners from the Boardplex Alliance, Mr. John Varela and his team, who have been working shoulder to shoulder with economic development. We have been working on this potential lead steel for over a year, and they introduced this project to us September of 2023, and also to our partners in the village of Benton, who have been of tremendous help, and they have been working as well hand in hand with the county in order to incentivize the incentive packet for the company to consider. And our legal, who set basically the foundation on doing an interlocal agreement for the county to be able to be able to provide advice, the structure of the 380 agreement for the Village of Benton, and this in an interlocal that will allow the County of El Paso to function as the consultants / compliance members for their 380. So it has been a lot of work, and I will also like to thank who are present here, Mr. Christian Martinez and Ms. Zonia Sigala, because they have been working tirelessly on all the different what-if scenarios that the company has asked from all the information that has been requested by the company, and as well to the members of Benton Steel, who have been wonderful people to work with, Mr. Eduardo Gonzalez and Mr. Quitada as well. As you know, Benton Steel is a very significant operation for the Village of Benton. They have been the largest employer for over the last 60 years for the Village of Benton, the number one driving source of the tax base over there. And they also contribute very importantly to the supply chain of the region, because all the metal and all the aluminum that get recycled, this company will purchase it and utilize it for their final product, which is steel rebar that is being utilized in the construction industry. So this potential lead that we have here today, again, sets the milestones, sets the beginning of the initial step in the milestone on a series of events here at the local level in favor of the company of making their final decision to be here in El Paso, in the county of El Paso. So with that, I would like to go into the highlights of the project. The project highlights are this type of incentive is capital intensive. It's an advanced manufacturing industry type under the incentive policy. The capital investment is $230 million approximately. The direct impact on jobs is 188 full-time jobs over the median county wage. They also will be preserving some of the jobs we'll be retaining, and the project term is for 10 years. The incentive structure of the packet is on a rebate structure. 90% for the first 3 years, then 75% for the following 3 years, and the rest of the years an incentive structure of 50%. The tax rebate is for $4,049,381. The training grant is for $40,000, and the entire overall grant contribution for this company to consider is $4,089,381. So with that, I'd like to know if you have any questions or comments. Again, this is a milestone that is being presented today for your consideration. That is the beginning, and it marks the beginning of a set of efforts here at the local level for this company to consider making their final decision. Yes, Commissioner.
Roberto, can you go back to the previous slide?
Yes, sir.
Total grant contribution, that means the total incentive?
Yes, correct.
So, okay, just wanted to make sure that that's the total incentive. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and any other questions? Great
Ask
job.
for a
Thank you.
motion.
Thank you.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Stout, second by Commissioner Coronado. The voting is open.
Battery went down, so
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, the last item on the agenda, we can't take it up until 3:45. Would you like to recess till 3:45, Judge?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Commissioners Court We'll recess until 3:45 p.m. It is 3:22 p.m.
children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Can you repeat that for the public audience, please? We had no audio during that part, for this whole part.
We're still in open session?
Yes.
We are still in open. Okay, Commissioners, Court will now recess into executive session to discuss item 11A and 13A pursuant to Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. Commissioners, Court will reconvene to take official action.
Thank you.
to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I'm current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. for your children to stay current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are not eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate. current on all their routine vaccines. Also, children 5 and older are now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. I am current on all my vaccines, and I also get the COVID vaccine so I and my loved ones can be protected. You and your kid should get the vaccine too, and if you've already gotten the vaccine, you should get your booster. For your child's routine vaccines, visit ephealth.com. We know how much you love your children, so remember, don't hesitate, vaccinate. Es importante que sus hijos tengan todas sus vacunas. Además de las vacunas rutinas, los niños mayores de 5 años ahora son elegibles para la vacuna de COVID-19. La vacuna COVID-19 es gratis. Para las vacunas rutinas de sus hijos, visite ephealth.com. Sabemos cuánto amas a tus hijos, así que recuerda, no lo dudes, vacúnate.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened to a regular open session. We have completed all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Thank you to our translators and the 2 interns that were back there. I don't know if you got to meet them, but they were, are they still there? I can't see that far. Okay. And everybody else here today, our promotion team, Alexis, Miguel, thank you. Everybody have a great week. We're going into the Thanksgiving holidays. So we're off, we do Monday, but then the following Monday is when
Correct. And Thursday, you have a special meeting.
Yes.
You all have a brief special meeting on Thursday, just 2 items on the agenda. Then Monday, and then the following Monday, you're off.
Okay, thank you.
This completes today's meeting at 4:30 p.m.